Hello everyone, we're back. I also found out, and by found out I mean I went to check the wiki, what the Assman's name is supposed to be. Apparently it's a play on Odious. It's Odious Man. And it's like, I know the play on words is, you know, fickle at best on some cases, but you cannot make me believe that I'm supposed to read Odious Man from Odi Assman. No, I disagree. It makes me feel dumb because I know what the goddamn word odious means. God forbid. Anyway, also I realized that this woman is French. I could have given her like a lisp. A slightly French sounding lisp. But alas, I'm bad at voices. Tell us more about the stolen waxwork, please. It was some days ago now when I came in here one morning. I immediately noticed that the waxwork was missing from the special exhibit here. It's your most prominent display, so that's why the curtains were closed. And I found the ransom note in its place. The culprit must have broken in during the night and taken it then. So this waxwork that was stolen, it was a model of some horrible criminal, I suppose. Of a particularly horrible criminal, in fact. The killer who left a more profound scar on society than any other, I would say. Jack the Ripper. I mean, the Professor. God damn it, I was hoping for Jack the Ripper. Not a name I've heard of. So, Mr. Naruhado, it seems the circle is complete. Story? The Professor case happened around the time I was born, didn't it? That feels suspicious. Indeed, Iris. Then, years ago, a series of murders that rocked the capital. As most, series of murders do, if you ask me. 10 years ago. Yes, at exactly the time. Baron Van Six graduated from university, in fact. What? Surely he's not saying. So the big event that changed Mr. Whipper's life. As you've surmised, it was the Professor case. Who was this Professor then? It was a series of gruesome murders that had all of London gripped in terror a decade ago. After 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested and put to death. And now he's immortalized here in wax for all Londoners to admire and enjoy. Though of course, he happens to be absent at present on account of the abduction. But I don't understand. How is all this related to Lord Van Six? You must first understand, my dear fellow, why it is that the Professor earned such infamy. It was due to the victims he chose, some of Whitehall's finest. Why do you mean, Hurley? Those murdered by the Professor were some of the highest members of the British aristocracy. And that's bad because... Like, you're not gonna make me feel bad about the aristocracy, I'm sorry. Members of the nobility, even royalty, it sent shockwaves through the country's administration. Yeah, okay, that's cool. I like this Professor guy. Members of the... wait, of course. What Professor Harebrained said. Lord Van Six is from a family with noble blood. Oh gosh. It was the first victim that led to the Professor's arrest. The last of the killer's prey was a young noble by the name of... Clint Van Six. No! I don't believe it! Van Six? I'm sure you can piece together the rest for yourself. In the wake of his older brother's murder, the young Barak pursued a career as a prosecutor, and eventually became the Reaper we know today. I had no idea Lord 16 has such a tragic past. I mean, when you're a vampire, if you don't have a tragic past, there's a problem. Like, every vampire kinda has, like, a tragic past. Except maybe for the original Dracula in Bram Stoker's Dracula. I don't remember if he had a tragic past. But, like, Castlevania Dracula, yeah, sure. Like, most of them have, like, something resembling a tragic past. Or if this was Twilight, they were part of the Confederacy. Well, I'm afraid that's all I can say on the matter, for the time being at least. After all, I have work to do. As a waxwork exhibit. You know, that's not an excuse to not talk to us. I am afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well. Oh, yes, of course, it's been a pleasure. Thank you. Well, we're in trouble, gang. Well, none of the predicted scenarios have been analyzed and involve you coming to visit me here. Oh. Oh, I wasn't expecting this. It's been too long, it really has. I'm delighted to see you, Barak. It's been 10 years, and here we are, meeting in the prison of all places. I can't forgive myself for what happened to Mr. Asman. I just can't. I still can't believe it could happen. Tomorrow, the court will decide. Yes. I have a young Eastern man acting for my defense. He seems reliable enough, though. It was an accident. A terrible accident. He assures me he can prove it. I must warn you. Oh, I know, I've heard already. You're going to be prosecuted, aren't you? Yes. Since I returned to England, I've heard lots of stories. Barak, are you really... What? But... Never mind. I know that you have my best interest at heart. My friend is on trial. I wouldn't entrust it to anybody else. Of course, I fully understand. Oh, Barak, are you gonna be actually helpful? This one trial, you're gonna actually be helpful to me. Thank you, Barak. Until tomorrow, then. I'll see you in court. Well, that's nice of him. He actually kind of gives a shit. Well, it's not like he doesn't give a shit in general. It's not Edward dismissiveness. It's just... he has issues. Much like Edward, to be fair. It's just slightly different. 23rd of October, 8:52 a.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechambers. I can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in court. And they bring me back to the Old Bailey. They could have given me a smaller court. And now here I am, back at the Old Bailey. There are other courts. Ah, I'm Mr. Naruhodo. Good morning, Professor Hairbrain. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. The atmospheric pressure in here is off the charts. I've never felt like anything like this. It's crushing me. Yeah, that's a stress, hun. I feel it every time I'm here. That gravity. Oh, hey, that's me. Well, this is Britain's highest court. But are you telling me it's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure? I think it's probably all in the mind. Ah, yes, well, you won't let me down, will you, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm counting on you in today's trial to save my life! to save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from them being made public. Yes, I understand. I know what I have to do. I have to establish that the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident. Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail. My commiserations, Mr. Naruhodo. You appear to have lumber with a most tiresome case here. Mr. Sholmes! I didn't expect to see you here. That was very mean, Runo, leaving me alone at home with Hudley. You know he's annoying, and I love being in the trials. They're so fun. People explode sometimes. I get to see dead bodies. How could you? It took me at least an hour to wake him also. He's so annoying. Is it? Are you? Sherlock Sholmes? Indeed I am. Indeed, sir. Here I am. I am he, Sherlock Sholmes. Oh, I heard all about your exploits, even whilst living in Germany. Yes, Vance magazine is on sale in Germany too. You would notice that because the name Vance, it kind of sounds German. Actually, that might be just me being stupid. I'm sorry, Iris. I don't know, the word Vance to me sounds German. This month's installment was sublime. Your deduction in The Adventure of the Silver Blaze was wonderful. Yes, a memorable place indeed. It concerned a snake, I seem to recall. No, that was the Speckleban. Well, thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support. I guess. I'm sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay. I have urgent business at Madame Tuspel's. You mean your waxwork job? No, the waxwork abduction, of course. Madame has engaged my services. So you're trying to get to the bottom of that ransom note, are you? The week's wages depend on it, as does the safe return of the waxwork. Naturally. As such, I intend to give it my undivided attention. Well, never mind then. I understand. I mean, he probably can't get... Here's the deal. I'm pretty sure that to an extent, Sholmes is just fucking with us, as far as like him being this much of an idiot. Which is annoying. Rather, it's more annoying than if he just was an idiot. He's like, no, he's an idiot, and also he's fucking with us about how much of an idiot he actually is. But like, if he finds the wax body, like the waxwork, he probably can get like half of what the ransom was, and that's more than enough. He can pay them the rent with that. Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving this matter will be as easy as a proverbial pie. I shall return forthwith. For until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description. Oh, and you must absolutely give me your full attention, Haley, or else. Quite, Iris, quite. But life is rifled with irony, you know. Whenever I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for pie. One of the universe's intractable mysteries, you might say. Yes, quite definitely, absolutely, I totally understand. Is someone a little starstruck? I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Harebrine. Why, thank you. Before I depart, Mr. Naruhodo, a word in your ear, if you please. What's this about? As you have remarkably little grounding in science, I feel out to inform you. As compelling as this super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, a practical implementation such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, it's quite impossible. But the professor said the demonstration was a success. Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes it was. Apo is a bunny boy in paper boy too, you know, and I have to say, I'm sure it can be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically. I would know, I might be 10, but I'm also a genius. So he's completely barking up the wrong tree. But how could an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding in fact succeed? That's contradictory. And it's that contradiction that will be at the heart of the trial, I've no doubt. What's that supposed to mean? Now I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow. See you later, Harley. Oh? Well, looks like you're on your own today, Uno. But chin up, you can do it. Oh, what about you, Iris? I know, I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do. I see. Everybody's so occupied today. Hey, it's going to be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is. That sounds ominous. Come up with the defend and the defendant. God is about to be in session. Make your way to the courtroom at once, or I'm gonna have to walk your boys twice as much as the judge tells me to walk them. We're on our way. An experiment that the laws of science say can't possibly succeed, and a scientist who's convinced that it did. That's the riddle you have to unlock here, Ryonosuke. That's the key to this case. Clearly. Let's see. 23rd of October, 9:10 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are sitting today for the public trial of Professor Albert Harebrained. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare the willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. I'm 6 months out of practice, and what's more, I'm without Susato-san today. Oh no, and I don't even have Iris as emotional support. I'm so fucked. Is it just my imagination? Does the area in here feel even more oppressive than usual? So, I must say I recollect the victim of this case all too well, Mr. Udi Asman. Mr. Asman was well known as a financier, though that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities. It's like McGill did that over again. It was only a month ago that the man appeared in court prosecuted by you, Lord 16, but the jury unanimously found him not guilty. Because every member of the jury had been bribed by the sounds of it. These powerful London criminals are prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom. But 2 days ago, on the 21st of October, Mr. Asman met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it? If that is how your lordship will describe divine retribution, but the fact remains that Mr. Asman's death was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Harebrained. Very well then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. Are the 6 of you ready to fulfill your societal duty? I was gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord. To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, golly, it sends shivers down my spine. Science experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials, all are nothing more than performances. Any experienced scholar that defiles the reputation of science is held to hang. We had to listen to ourselves on both sides of the fence and settle on one. That's it, isn't it? You're the police guy from the other, from the Wax house. Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. That's the police killer Ottermon look-alike. Again, yeah, that's what I said. And he's as exhausted as ever, it seems. Now, as I'm sure you're all aware, the incident we are here to judge today tragically took place at the Great Exhibition shortly after its opening. That the death toll could have been far worse. With the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of the science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators. A tragic turn of events, and as such, the eyes of all London, no, of the whole world, will be on this trial. It is our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. So, your opening statement, please, Lord Van Six. At the heart of this incident is a technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world. One of science's latest developments, I take it. The government is keen to capitalize on the Great Exhibition to improve Britain's technological advantage. The technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. Lord, I didn't understand a single word of what you said. It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity and beam them instantly to another location where they are subsequently reassembled. Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility? No. Well, I don't believe it, that's for sure. Disassembling people with electricity. My goodness, how shocking. The whole idea is absurd. The hypothesis would never stand up to scrutiny. Sir, I believe you are a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? An expert in your field. I am, and my word on the matter can be considered finals. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock. So this expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement. It's impossible. What is the prosecution's view on the matter? The prosecution will assert that the accused's instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. What? What rot? Order! The professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant will be made available. The accused made use of the invention built on his new hypothesis to take Mr. Asman's life. In order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. But... This disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim. Thank you, Lord Van Six. The prosecution's stance is clear. We will now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims. Gladly, my lord. Stop being a vampire! Where am I asking? He's always gonna be a vampire. Bailiff! Show the fair witnesses to the stand. Okay. I'm wondering why he's playing at something in the first place. I think he's playing at something. But I do wonder what. Like, is his intention to play the long con so I can, like, fight him off? Like, play the long con in the sense of, like, he's going to say that the project succeeded, like the experiment was a success, just so I can prove that it was not, so the blame gets taken out of Albert and it can be sent to someone else, probably the person who caused the explosion in the first place, like the engineer who built the thing, considering that Albert mentions that there was an engineer. He didn't build it himself. He's more of a theorist man, it seems. Oh, great, Gregson. Then state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir! Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. Future dead body, apparently. I was on duty at the demonstration on the day in question and in charge of the following investigation. I'm gonna be super surprised if he doesn't die, considering the note. And everything from the last game. You know, the conspiracy. Albert Harebrained, the scientist. You were born in England, but had been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct? Yes, that's right. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery. Which is what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the Great Exhibition. What you demonstrated was incredible, alright? An incredible explosion. But the science was a success. The instantaneous kinesis worked. Everyone saw it. They must have done. Yes, there was the terrible accident, but the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success. Well, that much is undeniable, as shown in this photograph taken by the forensic investigation team. This was taken inside the Crystal Tower. I take it. Oh, goddammit, I thought it was Gregson. He was taken inside the Crystal Tower, I take it. The centerpiece of the exhibition, no less. That's right, Warlord. Seems the victim rammed straight into it. I see. Very well, submit the photograph as evidence. Of course, the victim of the incident was Mr. Odie Asman. Okay, yeah, but let me check the photo for a second. Well, he clearly got stabbed. There's the pieces of glass from the window. Man, those are some eyelashes. Yeah, can't see anything else, I think. There have been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being. He was the man who financed this research for the experiment and the demonstration itself. I see. So to summarize the situation, the defendant is accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. Would that be correct? Exactly. But couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatuses for the demonstration? That's right! That must be it, my splendid machine. My poor splendid machine. You saw it yesterday, didn't you? They can't even examine the wreckage thanks to the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What? The wreckage! The wreckage! So that being the case, how can the facts be established? How can it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or a deliberate or malicious act? Extremely simple, my lord. I beg your pardon. Isn't that right, witness? What? Sorry, me? Nah, your neighbor. Yes, sir, it was murder, plain and simple. Anyone could say that with complete certainty. What? How can he possibly think that? Thank you, Inspector. I think we had better proceed to formal testimony. You will explain to the court on what grounds you claim this experiment to have been a front for murder. You know, I'm just thinking, like, yeah, it's a front for murder because the guy is stabbed. The girl that were crashing through the Crystal Tower has a broken neck. I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection, that's all. That was my mistake. The post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal one. There was a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. So the victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fella's the only one who could have done it. extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart. Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge. The coroner says death would have been all but instant from a wound like that. You could say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused. No, and no. That couldn't be further from the truth. I have here the experiment plan document that was submitted to the security team. The victim stood himself inside something called a birdcage, ready to be beamed instantly. To the second level of the Crystal Tower, about 25 yards away. The experiment did not go according to plan, however. As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. Yeah. But again, considering what we found, it could have been from one of the balloons. The blast caused the beam transmitted upon Hyatt and intended. Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the birdcage materializing in mid-air, from where it subsequently fell, crashing through the glass of the Crystal Tower large round window. My word! One assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower then. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. But honestly, really, I swear, it was just an accident, a terrible accident. Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you. No, not considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart. Murder weapon? What are you saying? This is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. The prosecution would like it enter into the court record. I can't read. Again, as usual. Your request is granted, counsel. And there it is. I was there in person, you know. I saw the whole ludicrous performance. And the only other person on the stage with Mr. Astor was a disgraceful excuse for a scientist. And really, by all accounts, it must have been him. Hard to think otherwise, really. Very well. The counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. I need to focus here. It's been a while. Yeah, like a hot minute. Okay. Okay, do we know what the thing that stabbed him is? The defense knew nothing of this crucial information. The prosecution received this report from the forensic investigation team only this morning. That was the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense. Which, actually, let me check that. Courtney Scythe. Okay. Weird that, like, the last game, I think we had, like, a couple with a coroner, but, like, the coroner was just the last name. It wasn't even the full name, so. I'm of dead 20. Yeah, okay. A variation of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart inflicted by a sharp implement. A broken vertebra, most likely resulting from impact after a sudden fall from considerable height. Okay. Sarcastic and insincere. Thanks. So, what was the nature of this sharp object? Among the accused tools that were used at the demonstration, one is of particular interest. This. Ah, yes, that would appear to be some kind of screwdriver. There he is. My trusty little companion, Andrew. Andrew, of course. Do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends, like all my tools. I've named them all, you know. We're one big happy family. He has issues. Andrew is my flat-headed screwdriver, of course. His brother Michael is a crosshead. Well, it appears that your beloved Andrew has a red stain on his chunk. That isn't. It's blood, beyond all reasonable doubt. No. And that's not all. The long, sharp shape of this Andrew fellow is completely consistent with the victim's wound. What? What? Order, order! Or will render this friend of the defendant as evidence. So one of Prosecutor Hairbrain's tools is the murder weapon. Let's check that bitch, since we didn't have the chance when we first found it. Yeah, that definitely is blood. This is blood. Mr. Assman's, no doubt. This is the problem with looking at murder weapons. I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill on the floor of the Kinesis machine, which would be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it. Anything else of note? Okay, doesn't seem like it. Great. He was here before he went anywhere. Hold it! Oh. What grounds do you have for saying that? Do you really need to ask? Yes, actually, it's like my job. I'm the defense attorney. The grade A's defense attorney, actually. There were only 2 people on that public experimentation stage in front of the whole crowd. The victim, Mr. Odie Assman, and the accused, Professor Hairbrain. And we know for certain that before the experiment, the victim was alive. That's right, I saw him with my own eyes. Furthermore, following the explosion and Kinesis nobody went anywhere near the body. In other words, only someone else on stage with the victim could possibly have. Wait, God damn it, I can't. In other words, only someone else on stage with the victim could possibly have done it. Okay, thank you, Gregson. Do you some issue there? Excuse me, Albert, sweetie. Professor Hairbrain, do you have some information that may be relevant here? Professor? Sorry. I was just calculating the optimum of coefficiency of electrolysis to separate molecules in the human body. And the witness stand is the best place for that. Okay. It seems as though you might have something to say about Inspector Gregson's last remark. Yes, that's right, of course. He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he? Yeah, that's right. Who else would have stabbed the victim, eh? I don't know, but there's no way that I could possibly have stabbed Mr. Assman, as you say. Explain, please, Professor. Of course, these cold-hearted policemen may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded animals with blood running continuously through their veins. I had heard. And surely, you see, If I'd plunged something the size of Andrew into the man's chest, the whole stage would have been a bloodbath. No, a blood swimming pool. You know, it's a better excuse to say that you were occupied manning the machine that was supposed to beam him to one side of the stage from where, you know, where he was, like the birdcage, to the tower. Because that is an actual excuse. I'm gonna point that out. Like, he's being an idiot. The best excuse that he has is like, how could I stab the guy when he's in the birdcage and I'm upset of it in front of everyone? Like, I don't have like, he wouldn't have enough time to, like, open the birdcage, stab him, close the birdcage, and then, like, in the middle of the explosion where the smoke was everywhere, and he couldn't be seen. Like, that is the most reasonable excuse that he could create, and his excuse is this, apparently. But thousands of Londonese were watching me at the time. Oh, there it is, okay. And yet, not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood. Well, no, I suppose not. You see, not one. True, I didn't see anything like that. Well done, Professor. That was a great counter-argument. No, it was not. It was like mead. That was a mead counter-argument. Why are you gonna make that counter-argument and make it mead? Order, order! Oh god, okay, your Hallow Chalices, I see, we're back to that. Pray forgive the discourtesy if I save a drop of my Hallow Chalice to accompany my old friends adducing. Here's to you, Albert. Oh, you're too kind, Barak, but I'm really not a patch on you. No, you're not. No? You have neglected to mention one crucial possibility. I have? A particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound. Ah, of course. Inspector, enlighten the court, please. Yes, sir. Where are they going? Where are they going with this? Renosuke, remember that other case that also required a stabbing? And we established that if you take the weapon out of the body, it's likely to bleed more, and it's recommended not to do that when someone gets stabbed and is alive, to stanch the flow of blood, so they have more chances to survive. Because you kind of want a medical team to take that out so they can cauterize the wound the second that it opens, because it's gonna bleed everywhere, especially if it's like on a in a place where you're likely to bleed a lot, like the inside of your thigh or your neck, like any big veins and shit. Like, remember that? Remember when we had that before? I think in the first game. Remember when that happened? Very well. You will amend your formal testimony now, Inspector Gregson. The weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body while he was beamed through the air. Yeah, except that's impossible because it was left in the fucking platform. Like, it was with the Guinness machine.
Objection!
You're stupid. You say that while the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding. Again, depends on where it's bleeding, but yeah, generally, that's why you don't take it out of the body. Is that unequivocal? Look, there was no blood on the experimentation stage, even though that's where the fellow was stabbed. The only explanation for that is if the screwdriver was sealing his body, stopping any heavy bleeding. Yeah, sure, that's the only possible explanation. You're so smart, Gregson. They're driving me insane. We're getting to the point where, like, they do this kind of bullshit that they already did it before, and it's just driving me a little, like, a little insane. Like, I'm just slowly becoming the Jonkler. It's common medical knowledge, my love friend, even on your side of the well. Yes, but about the screwdriver. The thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves on the experimentation stage. But it was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. The machine was screaming machine the entire time. It reminded me of that one guy, you know, the one from Ultra Kill. Machine! I went to pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. For some reason. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Now you come to mention it, yes. Inspector, I wait to understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate. That you contravened the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. No, I wouldn't do that. I just let him look, nothing more. I was very clear he wasn't to touch a thing. Yes, that's true. The screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage, like everybody could see it. Ned? But it shouldn't have been, should it? Well, what are you getting at? If this tool had still been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, then it shouldn't have still been on the stage. It should have been on the tower, you know, with the dead body. Ah! That's right, it should have been beamed across to the Crystal Tower along with Mr. Asman. And been found still lodged in the victim's chest. Order? How do you explain this, Inspector? I don't... Poppycock. It looks as though everything that the victim had on his person moved with him when he was beamed. If the screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred, obviously that should have been beamed to the destination as well. You! Goddamn sunshine! This is a strange situation. Even though people are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility, we're still basing arguments on the assumption that it did actually take place. I'm going to assume, because otherwise the case completely breaks apart. Because you have to, here's the deal. Clearly, it was some kind of stupid pulley system, or like they used one of the balloons. Like there was something else, considering that we found the crossbow. A pulley system seems like the most likely possibility, but it could also just be something related to the balloons, to the air balloons. If we destroy the hypothesis that this is possible, like if we completely delete that out of the equation, the first thing you have to do is explain, okay, how did they move the body from one place to the other? Like, how do you move this person from this platform where the experiment is taking place to the Crystal Tower? And explaining that would inherently define who the criminal is, because it wouldn't be Hairbrain. So it would need to be someone who had the access to the tools, the time to just plan the thing. And that list of people is probably not big. I don't think we have met the person. I haven't seen anyone visibly evil enough to be the criminal. And I doubt the wax lady is involved. If anything, she's probably gonna be involved in the next case. I would assume, like they're setting her up. Because I'm gonna assume that the conspiracy bullshit that I've been complaining since the first game is about the professor and about the death of Baron Van Six is what makes the most sense to me. So like the list of people who probably could have done this is very small, even if we don't have it. So from there it should, you know, be a cinch to basically find them. So if they want to condemn Albert from this, like if they want to get a guilty verdict for him specifically, to probably save whoever is guilty, actually, it would need to be it would need to be possible to make the kinesis thing work. Because otherwise the entire case falls on its ass. Like, it just wouldn't work. Alright, time to tighten the screws here. My lord, if the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument, we can only conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon. Aha! I see that face, you're salty. Lord Van 16 stumped. Oh, god damn it. You know, I felt bad that I gave him like a shrill voice, but considering that hold it there, it works. Do you have something to say, witness? Yes, I knew it. Uh-huh. It bears out. The equations hold. Mr. Naruhodo, don't worry. About what? Without delving into the details, there is no inconsistency. What? Even if Andrew had been lodged in Mr. Asman's chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have moved. Andrew remaining on the stage is consistent with my calculations. What? Is he screwing himself? Is he fucking this trial for me? Van 6, this is not the time. It would seem your illusions have been shattered. Clearly, we should hear the accused's explanation. Or should I say, this brilliant scientist's explanation. Van 6, I'm gonna throw you out of a fucking window. But first, I'm gonna throw Albert out of a fucking window. Just when I'd found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Scientists. Fuck the lot of them. Very well, the defendant will testify again. Provide us with a scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold. In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord. Of Apollo? Dude, you're British and you studied in Germany. You should be like Catholic or some shit. Well, Protestant at least. To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states that the kinesis cannot transport metal, though hence the metal weapon would have stayed put. In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't an inconsistency at all. Mr. Asman was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together. Yeah, that's my honest reaction to that. Also, that makes no sense that your kinesis wouldn't move metal. Like, if it's supposed to disassemble the person to its basic components and then, you know, beam it to another location and reassemble it, there's nothing that implies that it can that can be done with any object, because you're not disassembling to like you would need to disassemble even smaller than cells. It would go to the atom level, arguably, if you want to disassemble the entire thing. And like, you can technically disassemble the atoms of like an inert object like metal, and also that would apply for wood. Wood shouldn't be transported if that's the case, because it's also an inert material. Yeah, everyone's honest reaction to the shit. So, the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is that based upon his hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis. In other words, since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery on the stage despite the victim being found elsewhere is not an inconsistency. And therefore, Professor Albert Harebrayne could still have been the killer. My great hypothesis holds, you see. We had to make the cage used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason. Okay, but like, again, wood is also an inert material. If it's a thing of like, it's because of the nature of it as an inert material, wood is also an inert material, it's no longer alive. It should not count as safe. I was not addressing you, witness. Professor Hairbrain? Yes? Whose side are you on here? I don't take sides, Mr. Naruhodo. No. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I'm a scientist after all. Yeah. My honest reaction to that. Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell. I mean, the funniest thing about this is that he doesn't seem to notice that if he gets a guilty verdict, he's probably going to the gallows. So his experiment is kaput by the simple fact that he's not gonna be there to make it happen. Because he's gonna be dead. Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend. Yes, fire away, Mr. Naruhodo. Also, this makes no sense because we know it has transported metal. Like, he has the glasses, this is metal. I don't know if this is metal, but it's probably metal. So like, this, I mean the button on his jacket. I guess you cannot see me pointing at that. Because you can't, I'm using my mouse, you can't see me, I put it so it doesn't show my mouse, you can't see me pointing at it, I mean the glasses on the bottom of his jacket. Objection! Anyway, you're a fucking idiot. Professor Hairbrain, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be imbued by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made, is that right? Yes, that's right. Spot on, exactly correct. In that case, I'd ask you to have a look at this photograph. Look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. You can clearly see that Mr. Asman is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal ring. Because I'm pretty sure that plastic was not like a common thing. What? Metal? No! Metal can. That's not. Metal? No! We've already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome, it should also have predicted that the metal rimmed spectacles would be found in the same place. Ah, my hypothesis, my hypothesis! Professor Hairbrain, this isn't easy for me to say, but you're a fucking idiot. I mean, but your hypothesis is clearly flawed, and you're a fucking idiot. Ah! Wow. He's turning into a Luigi. Order! 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 Counsel, what is the implication of this? If on the day in question the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, then it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than on the stage. And in that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit. But my hypothesis is sound. I proved it that day. The experiment was a success. The experiment was proof of all my work. If I could say something here in my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society. Yes, you're number 4. Go ahead. As a man of science, there's one thing I simply cannot abide. And that's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science. What? Wait, great Scott! Are you suggesting my science is suspect? It's just been disproved, hasn't it, in front of all of us. Your science is sus as fuck. In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud. So the wreckage of that machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined. No, never! That machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis. It's protected by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. You know, I'm gonna point this out, mostly because I think it's kind of important. He could have made like a smaller machine and transported like a smaller thing, like, I don't know, ants, a beetle, a butterfly, a rodent. Like, I don't agree with animal abuse, but like, animal experimentation was always all the rage. Like, you could have used a rat. You could have just teleported a rat. But the devil is a blasted actor. Who made up such a daft rule? I don't like the way this seems to be going. What's the best way for me to help the professor? Let's just raise an objection. Objection! Professor Harebrained has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes? But even so what? Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public, he would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing.
Objection!
Oh boy. He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money. If the government was foolish enough to have deemed the man's ridiculous notion possible, he and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed. Conspirators! What would be the value of such a grant? Then 10 pounds? This is is this an Arrested Development joke? Is this supposed to, like, is it like a mild Arrested Development reference? How much can a banana cost, Michael? $10? Yeah, I know the romantic to out, madam. £500 a year. You could live handsome on that much for years. Society noticed an increase in bogus public demonstration in the field of science recently, and plenty of scientists arguing with each other to get the largest slice of the funding cake. People's greed is plenty motive enough for murder, I assure you. No, I haven't deceived anyone, least of all the government. My hypothesis is sound, the science is sound, please, you must believe me. No, it sounds stupid.
Objection!
Oh boy. No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means that the experiment was a success. Me putting my hand, my little flipper on Van Sieg's shoulder like, my brother in Christ, give it up. Like, give it up. Someone has to. Albert clearly will not, but like, you have to give it up. Barak. And therefore, the only person who could have possibly committed this murder is the accused. Barak. Where is this heading? I have no idea. My lord, if I may. Yes, Lord Van Six. The prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand. New witnesses, what would be the nature of their involvement? There were ex-spectators of the demonstration at the exhibition who were occupying special seats. Eyewitnesses? Very well. The court grants the prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from the eyewitnesses to the incident. The prosecution's stance is clear. The experiment was no pastiche. The accused killed the financier victim there on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend. Oh, yes, asshole? It's time for you to make your own stance clear. There's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis, as in the entire hypothesis is a flaw. I can definitely see that. But where does that leave me? We shall take a short recess now, during which time the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand. As you wish, my lord. Good. In that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes. Yay! I miss Susato. She hasn't been here for a hot second, and I miss her. And Iris. I don't miss Sholmes. Sholmes can stay doing his waxworks thing. Hey, whoa. Fucking Sholmes, all of my homies am Sholmes. 23rd of October, 10:44 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Mr. Naruhodo. What on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? My hypothesis, my amazing hypothesis. You've been picking holes in for it from the start. Sorry about that. But you promised me. You said you'd prove that explosion was an accident, not murder. You said you'd keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands. But all you've done so far is try to undermine me. Yes, I did make you a promise, you're right. I said that I'd believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis, it sounds fake and stupid. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? But if I just run through some equations... Yes, you see, it's because my work is incomplete. Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he? Ow. Oh no! You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. And I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster. Not just a scientist, but as a human being. Well, that might be a little over the top. And while we're on the subject, what about Barak? He's being awful! Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? He's a disaster, not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being! Well, yeah, he's not a human being, he's a vampire. Oh, but no, wait, he's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as a Homo sapiens anymore. Glad that he's cleared up. Can I double check something with you? Yes, what? The machine and demonstration you prepared. They were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume. There was no trickery involved. I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet, but please, Mr. Naruhodo, you must believe in it. Alright, Professor, I understand. Me putting my little flipper on the professor's shoulder. I believe that you believe in your hypothesis. Just like you must believe in the me that believes in the you that believes in the One Piece. But your hypothesis is bullshit, my dude. So, yeah, I'm sorry about that. Cosell, defendant! The prosecution witnesses are ready to take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. Please get into the courtroom before I have to walk your balls. Make your way to the courtroom, please, or I'll walk your balls. The judge tells me to do that. It all hinges on that demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis is sound as he claims, It leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant. A practical implementation such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition is quite impossible. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? Well, you should be proving that the machine fucked up. Her brain can't deal with the depression of knowing that all of his life's work is useless later. 23rd of October, 11 AM, the Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify? The prosecution is ready, my lord. As is the defense, my lord. Oh, Lord 6, I believe the next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes. Indeed they did. And as luck will have it, one of them is a police detective. Oh, Gina is back. The testimony we are about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Perfect, a detective of all people. The prosecution stance remains unchanged. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration of the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present at the stage at the time, the accused. Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's position is clear. I'll bring forward your witnesses now. Bailiff, show the witnesses in and also back the balls. The witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. Oh! Oh, there is Gina. I knew it was gonna be Gina. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. My name is Balthazar Lune. I am the impresario of all the hot air balloons in the vicinity of the experimental stage. Oh no, he's Spanish. My name is Welben Gustus Siximans Ernstein. I have come to this great exhibition from my home in Bohemia. Really? Now we're referencing a scandal in Bohemia? In this case? It took us this long to reference a scandal in Bohemia? I'm very rich. Inspector Gina Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective, even Herlock Sholmes agrees. I was on the security duty at the exhibition, and I got up to in one of them balloons. It was amazing. Gina, again. But she did mention that she'd seen the disaster from up in a balloon, actually, didn't she? And she clearly loved every minute of it. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time and saw the events unfold from the skies above. You make it sound like they were in the clouds. It was only an altitude of circa 60 feet. Very low. Well, I can't see nothing if you fly too high, can ya? 60 feet, about 18 meters then. Thank you for your introductions. Now you will give your formal testimony for the court. Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had an advantage point above the stage. Oh boy. It was an incident terrible. I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. There's this huge bang from the stage, and then the next second another bang in the sky beside us. And through the mist of smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. A cage, it fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower. I ain't got a good look inside a cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower. A most extraordinary collective account, I must say. Will I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I've not heard any mention of until now. Specifically, that there were 2 explosions. More precisely, 2 explosions into separate places, yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. There were other balloons in the end nearby at the time carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Then, as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called bear cage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later... The second explosion occurred, directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. The bear cage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the crystal tower. I was very surprised. Suddenly a cage appeared before my eyes with a person inside. The blast was so hot, but I didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. I still have lots of money. There's something really comical about this. Like, I think he's supposed to be like the king from like a Scandal in Bohemia. Like, it's the king of Bohemia. Like, the dude contacts Sherlock Holmes and he's like, hey, Sherlock, I was like sleeping with this lady and she has a bunch of dick pics of me, and I'm gonna marry like a princess or some shit for like, you know, political reasons. And I need you to take all of those dick pics from her, because otherwise it would be a scandal. And Sherlock Holmes is like, yeah, homie, no problem. Cool. And he gets screwed over by this woman. Like, she literally just gets away with it and goes and marries some other guy. And Sherlock is just like, well, I got screwed by a woman. That's what happens when you think less of her. And like, yeah, part of the point is that Sherlock is getting paid for this. He's getting paid for this. So I guess that's the thing. But also, there's something just kind of silly of the fact that he's a child. Precisely, who is this curious infant? I'm told he is a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the great exhibition. Yeah, I am here in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school. We will have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony. Do we really need that? When I remove my mask, this is what I look like. There's probably so much porn of this child. Ah, yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure. Yeah, everybody says so. Great disguise, then. The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the Crystal Tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused, who was with Mr. Assman on the stage, could possibly have committed the murder. Yes, thank you, counsel. The prosecution views on the matter are quite clear. So, the defense's cross-examination now, please. Yes, my lord. Ugh.
it!
So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air? Yup. Ain't it amazing what a detective has to do, eh? I'm telling you, to be in a lawyer's bad mug game. You should join the force and we can go flying together. You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway, could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? Everything. We saw everything because we were up above it all. That dodgy cow climbing into that cage and that dodgy professor pulling on them levers. And that when it happened, that's when there was that massive bang and the cage disappeared, just like that. You are describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe. I didn't know what to make of it, but then there was another bang right in my ear. I looked around and there was a huge fireball right next to us in the sky.
That's Peter.
And there was nothing there before. Child?
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say, child? The Master Gods? Does your memory of the day differ? Main teacher at elementary school said that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use their full name. Yes, what was it again? Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund Armstein. Just the 4 names then? The point is, do you have something to say? Cola for Nike. It is the Cola for Nike. He's German and well, he's from Bohemia, but technically Bohemia is around that area, so kinda counts. That's something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrad's last remark, perhaps? Oh, get it right, Odo. It's Inspector Lestrade. Why does everyone have a problem with how I address them at the moment? That is not what I saw. Oh? Yeah, there was a second explosion and it was right beside your balloon. That is true. But I'm sure. Which is what I was saying it. 1 minute there was nothing there and then the next a massive explosion. Main teacher at elementary school said that when someone else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable. Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy? Well, they're close to Germany. You know what they say about the Germans. Too serious, those people. Wait, I just noticed he has fire on his head. That's not safe. Just before the second explosion happened next to a balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying in the sky. A green balloon. Hey, what? I never saw nothing like that. I did. I saw it, and you can't say I didn't. I will complain to the council. I will cry and scream. My testimony is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. You cannot say it's a lie. That is not allowed. Playing the villain Ryan Dikaya. Typical. Says the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police. In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony. In the interest of cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia, it was not the sky that exploded. It was a green balloon that was next to us at the time. Well, you know. That means... Like, I'm just thinking about it. The prosecution really is asserting that the demonstration was genuine, but what if it was actually some kind of switch-around trick instead? That's what I've been saying since the beginning of the trial. That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. The 2 explosions would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. I think I need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time. Yeah, but I think... Yeah.
Objection!
Yeah. Because it's not true. Mr. Loon, in your testimony, you said that all 3 of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. See, that is correct. If they had been caught in the explosiones, it would have been terrible. I wonder if you might know what this is. I think it may be. See, part of a balloon, a burnt piece of the fabric of the envelope. Sorry, the envelope? Pardon, that is the large round part of the balloon which becomes filled with hot air. The balloon in question, actually. It is made from very thick fabric lined with rubber. You do not want to rip it when you are in the sky. Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Guts testified, a green balloon did indeed explode that day. If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. No! If a balloon exploded that day, why didn't the man say so? Maybe everyone on board was killed. Oh no, having to spend 10 whole pounds for the experience, how awful! Seems to me like those things crash 50% of the time anyway.
Objection!
The instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after the explosion on the stage. The point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon, causing the balloon to explode. Yes, eminently possible. An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were, but it changes nothing about the pertinent facts. This I cannot accept. Why not, Mr. Loon? You are suggesting that I'm a liar. That person died in a balloon incidente. There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Loon. The victim was a self-fatality that day. That's right, and I prove it. Balthazar Loon is not a liar. There was no such balloon in the sky. It is non-possible. You're saying it's impossible? Why? This code has more important matters to discuss than the numbers of balloons that were operating that day.
Objection!
But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord, the defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Loon. I concur. There is clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye, like the robots in disguise. It's imperative that we clear up the issue of this phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating at the exhibition. Grazie, my lord. Wait, are you Spanish or are you Italian? Like, I guess he's Italian, but like, some of it is Spanish. Well, Spanish and Italian do share a couple of stuff here, there, and there. Latin languages, you know? As I said, Balthazar Loon is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosione, what a catastrophe. But I can't get away with a fire that a burn up bit of cloud was in Kenya. The coppers at the air reckoned it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. The stupid ragazzo is mistaken. My balloons have red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. Okay, yeah, he is in fact very Italian. So your assertion is that the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you. Sí, exactamente. If he even saw a balloon in the first place. I do not like the sound of it. It is very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. If you attack us, we will fight back. It will be for all vote for. What happened to all-out war? Mr. Loon certainly doesn't appear to be lying, but that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here. If the defense is unable to find fault with the witness's statements, the court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend. That's what she said. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. That's also what she said. Counsel, you may now cross-examine the witnesses. Yeah, the problem is that I don't see anything that particularly would help. Okay, let's just press everything. I feel like this is a press everything situation. You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe? Senor. I might not notice if I was given 100 lentils and one was missing. But we are talking about 3 enormous balloons. Do you believe I could make a mistake about something so grand and expensive? I took the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. I have the report here. It clearly says a total of 3 balloons. It would appear no mistake has been made there. Surely Miss Lestrade could have been sent for such a menial task. What, me? I'll tell you what I told the boss, is and kids like me can only count up to 2. Obviously that ain't true, but the boss worried and said I'd have to go himself in that case. I'm not surprised, but also... Hold it! It would be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think. On that note, Mr. Loon, tell me, what is it that keeps these balloons in the air, in the sky? Are you an idiota? Sorry, he calls you an idiot, sweetie. Which is better than the racism that he's been receiving for that matter. This is like asking why does a candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright. And a balloon flies because it flies. What else? That must be Italian for I don't know. There are 2 types of flying balloons. Hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air. Whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using a gas that is lighter than air. See, and my balloons are filled with the magic gas, I believe. Hydrogen, lighter than air but highly explosive. Good lord. I do not permit smoking of the cigarettes in any of my balloons. The magic gas does not like fire. Even a small spark of static electricity would cause the entire balloon to explode. What is the matter with you, senor? All that comes out of your mind is explosione, explosione. I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. Or they have to be, or I cannot eat. None of my balloons exploded that day. I am completely sure. But if you still say that that is what happened, you must show me the proof. Alright, so Mr. Luna had 3 balloons in the air that day. If none of them were damaged, then what was the one that exploded? Well, a completely separate balloon, probably. Hold it! I was surprised to find the piece of fabric still at the scene, actually. Didn't you search the area surrounding the stage for clues? Nah, I'm not into picking stuff up off the ground, me. Always works out way better diving into people's pockets instead. So much for the new career path. Mine, yeah, the boss was on his hands and knees picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Thing is though, the cage went crashing into the crystal tower, didn't it? So that's where most of the investigating was going on. Even so, I would have thought someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered it up as evidence. Oh, listen to you! You stumbled across a bit of a balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world. Pardon? Well, you ain't got a badge, have ya? Like this one. I could arrest you with this if I wanted to. I wouldn't put it past her. Come to think of it, there was talk of some scorching on the ground at the meeting we had about the investigation. Hold it! Huh? There was considerable damage to the stage and surrounding area, wasn't there? Yeah, some of the crowds who were watching the experiment were kind of lost and injured. Good job of the old contraction, didn't you, eh? I hadn't even considered that. It seems there was great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police should have missed a certain piece of the envelope from a balloon. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions. Like me slipping out his fish and chips, eh? The man's sole pleasure. He's gonna die anyway. I already figured out that he's gonna die. He'll be fine. None of this matters. That scrap of balloon envelope means nothing. Niente! Hold it! I don't even feel bad about Gregson possibly dying later. I'm still salty about him betraying me at the end of the last case in the first one. You mean the color is wrong? Si, senor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yet a piece of green cloth was found on the scene, and it's unmistakably from a balloon. Well, I do not know how that can be. For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloon fights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree. You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident that predates the exhibition. Si, exactamente. As the señor says, it is not from one of my balloons. Clearly, the Zero Gargasto from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw. Oh boy, child is annoying again. Yes, sweetie.
Excuse me!
What is it, small child? Is something wrong, Master Guts? It's Master Gilhelm Gottstrich Siximon Ornstein. It was on the tip of my tongue. Ja, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon, sir. I said it. I swear I love Bohemia. And speak as much loud language as you like, but it changes nothing. Well, except unless he gives him money. If you do not have evidence, Ragazzo, then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments. Evidence? What is this evidence? To give a simple example, young man. Photograph, for instance. Some tangible proof of what you claim. Well, why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph here. Good gracious! What? I had not been up in a balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs. Of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hot eel cellar, the balloon. And the instantaneous kinesis experiment, did you take a picture of that? Yeah, one picture. Really? You did take one? But all I wanted was a ride in a balloon. I was not interested in running experiments. Never mind that. Can you show us that photograph? Of course. And then you will see. You will see that I am not lying. That I really did see a green balloon. Their honest reaction to this. Well, I see you are all too shocked to speak. Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man. Yeah, perhaps you cannot see that it was green. It was a green balloon from this photograph, but that is not my fault. That is the fault of the stupid person who made me the camera. Bah! Bah! Is one very Bohemian sounding cry. Bah! Bah! Luigi number 1. Very well, the court will accept this photograph as evidence. Okay. I guess. It's not my fault. It's the fault of the person who makes the camera. Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. Which is better than nothing. Now, let's see that photograph for a second. Okay, so... this is an empty balloon. And that's the thing there. Hi, hey brain. Hi, you. Something about a woman just standing alone far away in the photograph doesn't bode well for me. Like, this is kind of freaky. Why are you there? Why are you so far away? I have to assume that whatever that light is related to the ballista that we found. Well, the ballista, the crossbow. A ballista is a little larger. It's related to the crossbow that we found. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph? Well, it was on the day of the big explosion. You don't say. When I pressed the shutter release, there was this very loud bang, and a hot vein rushed over my face. That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Well, if you ask me, these black and white photographs changes nothing. I could not give the flying fig. Lovely language you picked up. As I thought, Mr. Loon's testimony just doesn't quite add up. The young Bohemian boy claims to have seen another Ford balloon, but Mr. Loon vehemently denies the possibility. And it's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this consistency must tell us something, I'm sure. Well, there's clearly a Ford balloon, so... Objection! Unfortunately, the photograph Master Cots took can't tell us the color of the balloon. But it can tell us something else, something crucially important. But it shows that the picture balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Oh yeah, there's also that. It's empty. But again, if the entire plan... because the thing here is that I'm pretty sure that what happened is that the thing exploded because the birdcage, where like the thing where the guy was tied to, that hit the balloon and that caused the balloon to explode. Like, that seems the most likely way of making this happen, but then that begs the question how the guy didn't get caught up in the explosion. So maybe something else. So like, it would make the most sense for it to be, you know, empty of people, or whoever decided to plan this stupid plan. Ah, my goodness, you're right. But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise. See, they are for pleasure, for seeing the view. My balloons only fly passengers. Which tell us that the picture balloon isn't one of them, so when the incident occurred that day, there was a Ford balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon. I know nothing. Niente. I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one on mine. Good. Control your balloon head. There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition and managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Loon's patch without him realizing. See, the competizione, trying to steal my profits. I did not notice because of the experimento that went wrong on the stage. This Ford balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Osman was beamed from the stage below. Why, so them scraps that fell to the ground after and left them scotch marks, they didn't come from the stage at all. It must be so the balloon raining down. Because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention. A mysterious Ford balloon carrying no passengers, silently floating over the experimentation stage.
Objection!
This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly, it has nothing to do with the case. Its relevance does elude me, I must say. The court has insufficient evidence and had ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded. Really? Have we really got the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up, and not in our favor. But when are they ever? What else can this photograph tell us? Is there something more we can learn from it? Well, yeah, obviously there's a thing there.
Objection!
There's a thingy. The white thingy that probably got shot by the crossbow, I think. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait, please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph of Master Gods may well be hiding one more vital clue. What's that? A vital clue.
Objection!
We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now. So tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove? Well, I would say the cause of the explosion is the most likely. We can reasonably assume that the picture balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion. Yeah, that's right, yeah, it was not my fault. Evidently. Because the wreckage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon, being fitted with flammable hydrogen, instantly and explosively ignited. No, that's not what happened. But it would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. Also for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court. Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see, and what's showed is linked to another piece of evidence we have, in a way that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. The clues that heavily suggest the real reason the balloon exploded is this thing that is here, this whitish thing.
Take that!
The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice that there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon. Most likely a ray of light caught incidentally on the film. Man 6, I know you're trying to like help your friend, I guess, maybe, but like... How do I put this politely? You're not helping! I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort. If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is. Goodness, what is that? Undeniably some flash of light, yes. Oh golly, do you think it might be lightning? But it couldn't have been a finer day. I believe we may be looking at fire. How about the fire hidden straight over the balloon, like an arrow? Indeed, even to my aging eyes, it would appear to be a flame of some sort. My word! I used suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon.
Objection!
That's absurd! The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly have reached such height.
Objection!
Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how that is exactly what did happen. What evidence? If such evidence exists, counsel, then for goodness sake, present it, man. which evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed directly for the balloon. Well, it is this crossbow that we found like hours ago.
Take that!
It was pretty cool. This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene. My lord, is that a crossbow? An arrow dipped in oil and set alight could have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon. Are you suggesting that crossbow was used to deliberately... Blimey, yeah, right, that's Tricola in the photo looks just like an arrow, doesn't it? Then, the explosion of the balloon it was. Very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside it. No! Order, order! Council, this is an extraordinary supposition. If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question. The noise of the discharge. Of course. Silencers were not invented yet! That's right. Silencers were in fact not invented yet. But using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently. Sort of? Arguably, I guess. I think people would notice, but sure. Well, yeah, if someone had shot a gun of the exhibition glass, it would have caused a real panic. But with the big explosion, there was a very big panic anyway, you know? I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nipponese friend? If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it could have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued... What? Wait a minute, what are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beam up into the sky after all? Or what? My goodness me. Now I understand. That's what that sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along. What? Did I just hear that correctly, Council? There is no going back now. The horse has bolted. The cat is out of the bag. Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage in the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground. The wax dolls. The waxworks. Okay, well that makes no sense because... Or does it? Because, like, what if the guy in the birdcage that was on the machine itself was actually just a waxwork? But like, Albert would have noticed. Maybe. Like, it has to do... Like, there's two... Like, it's the same guy at two places at the same time. It has to be one of those bullshit moves. But the real question is how. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared, to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you'll all agree it's entirely plausible that what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day. Wait a minute, no, actually! Wait, I just noticed something. What's the autopsy report? Around 2:20 p.m. I think, if I'm not wrong on the timing, it's possible that is the other way around. Like, the guy was on the machine, the wax doll was inside the balloon. The stuff falls, the guy gets killed, and then he gets, like, in the commotion, his body gets moved to where the wax doll is, and because it's wax and was just in an explosion, it melts. Like the body was moved. Does that make sense? That kind of makes sense. Like, that makes sense to me. Good grief!
Objection!
Oh, great. This is ludicrous! What you've described is no science experiment. It's child's play, a contented display of stage magic. Both Mr. Sholmes and Iris said that the experiment was a scientific impossibility, in which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day. And in any case, the victim's body was found inside the wreckage in the Crystal Tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that? If I may put in a word, as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception. Juror number 3. That would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman. And having this other man appear on stage in the to front the show as a body double. Yes, of course. So in fact, Mr. Asman would have been inside the wreckage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start. Or is the way that I think about it, and it's like a waxwork in the balloon and then the body gets moved.
Objection!
It could also be that. That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything inside it would have been scattered to the four winds when it exploded. No one would have embarked on such a risky venture. Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas would very much depend on the mixture ratio. Juror number 4. Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. The main issue with that is that helium is actually... Okay, for the record, the main issue with that is that helium is basically very easy to suffocate on. Like the body, like that's like the sensation when you suffocate. Helium doesn't activate it. Like it's an inert gas. Like you can't really breathe it, but the body doesn't activate the response that you would get when you suffocate on like carbon dioxide, for example. So you suffocate without suffocating, basically. So it's extremely dangerous because it's also not a gas that smells. Like it's surprisingly easy and somewhat painless to suffocate on. It's used for euthanasia, for the record. So I'm more worried about the fact that you would die because of lack of oxygen. The mixture ratio. Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns. That would be unavoidable. But not to such an extent as to render this whole obscene charade impossible. Although, again, the worry here is that he probably would have suffocated before getting there because of the lack of oxygen. So everything that happened can be explained logically and scientifically, sort of. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Well, goodness me. And if we accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant who was on stage in full view the entire time. These will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord Van Six can credibly maintain that Professor Harebrain is a suspect now. Oh god, who is it? I swear to god. Motherfucker! I knew it was gonna be him. I knew it was gonna be him. Harebrain, why are you like this? This is like the first Ace Attorney game where you're in like the full case and Edward is there and he's like, yeah, you got me out of this whole murder thing with Johnny Yogi and now I'm gonna say that I killed my dad and I'm gonna put you in a position to fight with Karma again. Oh! God damn it, Harebrain. Mr. Naruhodo, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you. Professor? But you can't stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please. Sorry? What's all this about, Mr. Harebrain? I, Alper Harebrain, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Audi Asman. Yeah, it was me with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. I'm going to throw this man out of a window. What? What are you doing? That's my honest reaction to this shit. Order, order, order. Defendant, explain this sudden confession. Objection. Professor Harebrain, what are you talking about? It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. Machine? Your machine is useless. It doesn't work. Shut the fuck up. You're gonna get sent to the gallows. They're gonna like hang you for this bullshit. You stand there and claim it was all a trick, an elaborate prank, but where's your proof? No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but then it would all be over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it! It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. Actually, he said so himself. They got him an engineer, and my first reaction when I found out about everything, about that part of, you know, this entire thing, was it's definitely the engineer. The engineer did it, I have to assume. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. If you just let me... Barak! Yes? I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. So please, ensure the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act is adhered to and protect my creation. That's what this is about. That's why Van Six had been fucking with us this entire time. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's all about the stupid machine. Yeah, honestly, in this circumstance, I think this circumstance would drive me to drink. But forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice at this critical juncture. Here's to my lonely Nipanese friend. What? And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused's confession. Thanks, Van Six. Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved. Well, counsel, what is the defense's official position on this matter? What Professor Harebrain, my client, actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. So there's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. And I'm not that stupid, I'm not gonna lose again. I don't wanna have to go and ask obviously evil man Miles Strongheart for permission to practice law again. I'm not gonna lower myself to that shit. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or do I uphold my client's request would see him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend. Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind? Francis, can you stop being racist for 5 seconds? I'm having a moment. Mr. Naruhodo! There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. But it's an impossible one. I have to give up on something, but what? The defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact... Yeah, fuck you. I don't care if you think that you're gonna protect your stupid science bullshit that doesn't work. Your life is in danger, my dude. You're gonna die to not make experiments anymore. If I don't defend your ass. Ah! No, I can't say it. My client places faith in me. I can't just let him down. What must I give up on? It's not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? She can be so lonely without you, and your daddy's a fucking bitch also. Please tell me that you told your dad that he's a fucking bitch, because I'm still salty about him taking you away from me at the end of the first game just to find out that it wasn't for any good reason except for some stupid conspiracy. I'm so glad she's back. Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's been far too long. Suzanne! But what are you? Yeah! My first Susato takedown in 6 months! There'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand. Which is working out not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. Professor Harebrain. Yes? Yesterday you told me that science is a pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Yes, of course. Personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment on the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now. Waluigi number 1. Can you stop doing that? I've lost count of how many bottles this asshole has thrown. They still have wine. You're wasting wine. Why does he do that? So, you finally open your eyes. What? And as for you, Albert, I can't ignore this any longer. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say? Barak! Lorban 6? Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before. In truth, there is one thing. Something I remember that's of relevance. What? On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow. Okay. I beg your pardon. Professor! Did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like? Did he have like a silly pun name? Was he a main character? Taller than me, and thinner than me, with straight white hair, straighter and whiter than mine. You're blonde, you're not even white-haired, you're not an animable. Wait. Oh, I think I've seen pictures of the guy he's talking about. Let me see, one less lens than me too, a monocle, a rather stylish black monocle. Yeah, he's the guy that I'm thinking of. But one thing in particular will help to positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention. Eyes your Pookie? Okay. But he built the machine? That's right. Mr. Asman introduced him to me a year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Drever. His fucking name is Enoch, really? Enoch Drever. His name is something. Members of the jury seem flustered. Not a name any the scientist wishes to hear. The man is an abomination. Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either. Who on earth is he? I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but strange trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant money. I respect that. When magicians are in need of money, I have heard of them resorting to these underhanded tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Drever's name before. The man is what an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. I mean, to be fair, a good magician is a little bit of an engineer. And a good engineer is a little bit of a magician. That's Enoch Drever for you. Well, I guess we know who to get the ass of handed to us now. It's true then. My invention. My great machine! Machine! It was just a grand illusion. Considering what we've just heard about Mr. Drever's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely. Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted. Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume. I knew if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen. But at the same time, I knew that if I was found to be nothing more than a trick, than a work of deception, then everything had worked towards all my research, all my dreams, my whole life will be over. I was terrified at the prospect. So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built? And the true nature of Mr. Drever? I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it. It's entirely possible that Mr. Asman and Mr. Drever were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. When I announced my invention to the crowds that day, it was the finest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Drever had described. When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. but I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore. Well, that's your own fault, honey. You should have done chemistry. Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Yes, please go ahead. I'm very sorry. Well, you could have done that from the beginning and you would have saved us like several hours. It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord Van Six, my lord, the court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical. Yes, Mr. Drever. Direct information about the man. If possible, I should like him served with a subpoena. With pleasure, my lord. Now, counsel for the defense. Yes, my lord. I don't like the fact that you're not saying anything. When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing, and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime from which he presently stands accused. I understand. Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning. Yay! I'm so glad Susato is back. I miss her. 23rd of October, 1:36 p.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. What do you have to say for yourself, asshole? Mr. Naruhodo! Yes? I'm so sorry! I was wrong, you were right, I tricked you, you trust me, I dragged you into my mess! Oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry! Do you really have no idea, Professor, about what Mr. Drever was really up to? I mean, about what he was really constructing? Naturally! That machine was the embodiment of my hypotheses, of all my hopes and dreams! I had complete faith in it! Alright, in that case I won't say anymore. Now, sadly the murder accusation against you still stands. So we must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. Well, thank you for doing so much for me. That's all that you're gonna say after all that bullshit? Okay, sure, whatever. I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo. Arriving late? Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I'd arrived. Postcard? What postcard? I hear from you, Uno, so it would be a surprise. Well, did it work? I was surprised, alright. Especially when she threw me to the ground. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out. Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotions in the future. Susie's train was late into London Victoria this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whip the horses hard so she didn't miss the whole trial. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. Well, I'm glad you didn't. Oh, having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. I don't like being all alone. Even Iris is better than this. Like, I just need company. As long as it's not Sholmes. So, I'm delighted to see you back in London. Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you. Of course. So, what's brought you back? Did Professor Mikotowa not protest? Let's save our conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful. I can't wait. Yay! Sato-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time. But despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. For the worse. Bad extraordinary is what I mean. Boy. I swear to God, if Mikotoba is here, I'm gonna tell him to go fuck himself. I wouldn't be surprised if he came also. Like, Yujin Mikotoba owes me. He owes me. He owes me. 23rd of October, 2:41 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Oh, this room. It's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. It's been 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar. I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you'd left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true. So is your fire white sushi? What happened? My father. Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan, supposedly. He lied! Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason, and then it happened that nothing happened to him and he was fine. That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised to happy. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you. That it was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we're all delighted to have you back. And I hope I can kick your dad in the ass. It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. The International Forensic... that's the same symposium Long Strongheart mentioned. Oh god, yeah, Mikotoba is back. He's a professor of forensic science. He's actually here. Oh, that's why she came back. God fucking damn it, Yujin. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh. You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. Of course, I shall. And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About... you know who? About Kazuma, who is apparently not dead. And apparently wearing a silly mask and working as an apprentice for Band 6 for some god awful reason. I know, I'll tell you all that I can. Okay, well that'll be after I get my coffee, because it's a good time for me to get my coffee, because otherwise I won't get it. And it's past the time where I usually get my coffee. So I'll be right back after I get my coffee. 5 minutes tops. I'll be back in a sec. Righty, I'm back. Let's converse. Oh, we have we have stuff to talk about. When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. That awful trial? Oh yes, for the murder of Giselle Brett. Oh, you racist man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing! I wish I'd seen. Don't you, Uno? Yes, I suppose so. I want to pray at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe. I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Mrs. Sato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with that convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings. That's right, the very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it. It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet. What would that be then? Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Sushi. That's a very meaningful look Susato-san's giving Iris there. Long Strongheart mentions something about that symposium too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Yes, and from Japan, my father and John Shigoku have been invited. See, the judge is evil. I knew that the judge was evil because they gave him a name. Like, the judge is evil. Definitely. He has a name, he has to be evil. It's something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor Mikotoba is a leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency Judge Seishiro Shigoku. You met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Last year, in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. That terrible trial of yours when you were accused of murder. Yes, I tried to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial. Obviously evil judge. If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life. Oh, well, anyway, as Father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. Okay, the man is still in Japan. No time for me to kick his ass. So I pleaded with him, and in the end he agreed to me going on ahead. Yes, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Long Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General. The most senior position in the British justice system. He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. He's gonna make the trains run on time, as they say. Or as they're going to say in around 40 years. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently it's Long Strongheart's lifelong ambition. Does Professor Mikotoba know Long Strongheart personally then, I wonder? Actually, Long Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject only yesterday. It lasted like 3 hours. I blacked out for at least 55 of those hours. But I sort of lost the will to leave early on and didn't really listen to much of it. I lost the will to leave early on. That's incredible. That's so good. How trying for you. I mean, it's true. Giselle Brett, who I said on the last stream, like the stream from yesterday, that Giselle Brett was on the note, because I thought she was on the note for like at the end of the first game where you get the note with like the 4 names and it's Kazuma, Gregson, and I thought it was Giselle Brett and Wilson who gets killed by Giselle Brett. And then I thought, well, maybe Giselle Brett was sent to kill him, and it's like the 4 people on that list have to die, so then they kill Giselle Brett, they try to kill Kazuma, but then that doesn't make sense because Kazuma clearly is not dead. We're gonna find out at the end of this trial, I assume, even though it's clearly obvious when you do the reading model on the name of the case. And you know, Gregson is gonna die next because we're gonna try to kill him because of the conspiracy stuff. And then, just out of curiosity, I went to check because I don't mind spoiling myself. And because I thought it was Giselle Brett, and then I went to check the note again. Like I went to check the stuff, and it was some Sheen person, last name Sheen, and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna check because now, like, apparently someone named Asa Sheen, because apparently the pawn names get better with characters that we don't get to see, except not really, because again, I checked, Giselle Brett is Asa Sheen, like, they're both fake names of the same person. So I was not wrong, actually. I was just confused because I thought Brett was the last name that was there, but it was not. It was her actual other name. Because... okay. Sure. Couldn't have just kept it as Giselle Brett. Couldn't just keep one name for this woman. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit, and then Susato's girlfriend being accused of a crime that she didn't commit, except in that case, she got killed rather than killed someone. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live. The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget. Sorry? Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an English woman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist. It didn't exist? But how can that be? Because of what I just explained before. It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Sheen. And she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front. A front? Who on earth was she then? Miss A. Sheen. Her name is literally all over intelligence services. It's literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery. Well, I think I figured out the mystery. It's a conspiracy. They killed John H. Wilson for the conspiracy. And they're gonna kill Gregson for the conspiracy. And since she was killed by someone completely unrelated, it was just like a Japanese nationalist who did it. Clearly, what the note would imply is that one person has to kill the other, so it was Asogi Gregson and then Sheen Wilson. So Kazuma was coming here to kill Gregson, and Giselle Brett was going to Japan to kill Wilson. Exchange murdering, if you will. But again, that begs the question, like I said yesterday, what the fuck does Strongheart, because I know it's Strongheart, I know it's him, he's obviously evil. He's gonna make the trains run on time, you know what I mean. clearly the guy is the one behind the conspiracy. So, what does he have over Kazuma to be like, hey bro, would you like to come kill a guy in London? Like, would that be cool with you? Like, what kind of blackmail or like what kind of thing would you have to get Kazuma of all people, who seemed like an upstanding guy? Seems like a cool guy when he's not, you know, dead and then not dead. What would he have over him to just get him to be part of a conspiracy where he has to kill like a random Englishman? But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could that woman have been up to? I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet... oh god, sorry. Is that she has some business in our country that we don't yet understand. And now she's being killed, while all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. I'm afraid so. Sheen. Who on earth was she? And why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? Am I the only person who's following the whole conspiracy thing? Like, how did Ryonosuke just forget about the last case in the first game where we got the Morse code thing? And we got those names? Like, did he forget? Am I the only one following the plot? Ryonosuke, I know it's been like 6 months, but still. Like, it's been 6 months, but how did you forget? How do you forget? After my friend's race trial, I think you mean girlfriend, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange. I know the truth! I know you had a hand in what went on in that visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on the steamship, and that he'll never... Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama. And what did you learn? After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unlaid and at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there. Should have been. Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared. What? Kazuma's body vanished? The government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except Kazuma-sama isn't there. Did Professor Mikotoba know about this? Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak. I just don't believe it. And what is it? What is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Buria were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Could it be? Could it be that he's actually still alive? Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much to bear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Shom was there, wasn't he? Yeah, and he never said that he was dead. And he definitely examined the body, I remember it clearly. Ah, you're You're right. Yeah, and I repeat, he never said that he was dead. I checked. I went back and checked. Schultz never says outright that Kazuma is dead. He never does. So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us, which he is. He did. He is, because he's constantly doing that, and he has in the past several times. But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. Conspiracy. I suppose that's true, yes. The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it. Because if it turned out not to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what that might do to me. Oh, Miss Sato. I know she's given the idea... I thought she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Susato-san we're talking about after all. So I probably shouldn't push it now. 2 hours later! Kazuma just coming in, taking off his mask. Hi guys, I'm still alive! Susato gives him a Susato takedown. It's the one time that I don't get the Susato takedown. Except 2 seconds later, she gives me the Susato takedown. And it's like, why? What did I do? Why do I always get the Susato takedown even when I don't do anything wrong? I know it's a funny haha, but still. Is Iris around? Yes. It must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it the Hound of the Baskervilles. But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it, and put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it, and then we had that disaster of a trial at the end of the first game. So nobody knows anything about it apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. You wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it. Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh! I'm only sorry I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris. Well, finally this thing. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, "The Hound of the Baskervilles." What? My Baskerville story! Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time. But Father came in and... Susato, what are you doing? Oh, Father. You look at those papers. No, I simply read the label, that's all. Well, put it out of your mind. Sorry? Forget that you ever saw it and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand? But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan? I have no idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholmes' exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions. I'm starting to think that I'm gonna have to strangle him out of, I'm gonna have to strangle those questions out of him. And there was no sign of the big box in his office. Well, that's a problem. That's really all I know about it. I've no doubt that father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Sushi. Well, at least we got that out of the way. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxworm Museum as well. Oh boy, we're going back to the Wax Museum. So you're fully abreast of the situation already, Miss Sato. I'd expected nothing else, to be honest. I would think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Dreba, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. Yes, a conjurer of sorts by the sound of it, well known in the fields of science and magic. Then we need to go and arrest him. Well, yes. He must know the truth behind the case, so I agree we really do need to find the man. It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police. Oh, great detective. Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think. Good idea. Well, best of luck then. Oh, you're not coming today? I'm going to Western Road shortly for the egg market. But let me know later how you got on, won't you? That was a little abrupt. The pull of the air to the hair market must be strong. Well, it is the hair market. Of course it's strong. It has the smell of the herbs. Let's see if Sholmes is around and he wants to help, although I don't want him around and I don't want him to help. 23rd of October, Sholmes' suit. Suit. Okay, so he's not around. It seems. Well, better for me then. Oh wait, I didn't mean to. Well, might as well check. 23rd of October! The Great Exhibition Grounds. Foot of the Crystal Tower. I had no idea there were so many people in the world. I know what you mean. It's really packed here today. It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds up to this point. Has it? I shut my brain down so I don't really notice, to be honest. Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo. There you are! I had a feeling you lad will show your you'll show your mugs for how long? Oh. I thought it was gonna be, you know, Gina, considering the accent. Oh, Inspector Gregson! I see you're hard at work as usual. Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since the last time we met. What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. Not you, sunshine, the gentlewoman so loyally at your side. Oh. Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice. He might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right, well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oh, get over here, Gina! Puppy! He has puppy. She seems to be busy playing with a puppy. Probably giving it a traditional East End training. Gina? She's a police officer now. Amazing, isn't it? The things that happen in 6 months. She's a good kid, actually. Has in the right place, anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yep, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely. What do you mean? I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London. Oh no, really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come to see how you're getting along. Not likely, but you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is. Oh, this poor man. He's definitely getting murdered. Like, if not literally in the sense that we're going to find his corpse, it's like, oh, he's going to France. No, he's gonna die. This poor man, he's not gonna get his fish and chips. To France? There's no fish and chips there. I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley. It's full of the French. But France? It's an entirely different country. With a different language. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? That's the way the dull world works, sunshine. Now don't go poking your nose where it's not wanted. Want to kill me with a lack of fried goods. Yeah, no, he's getting murdered. Like, we're gonna find his corpse, he's getting murdered. I'm intended to take the kid with me when I go. What? You're taking Gina to Paris? Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what become of her? I suppose he's worried she'd slip back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruhodo. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Oh, of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it? Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing, you hear me? No, of course not. Good luck in France, and by France I mean hell, because you're going to die. I guess in this game France is synonym for hell. I gotta keep that diving diva safe and sound until this is over at least. Oi! You just call me a living diving diva again? So you heard that, Lydia? Very well. Any questions about the scene, you can put him to my capable detective diva here. Alright, and the boss. You heard the boss. Inspector Lestrade in charge here now. I suppose I better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you got a new dog, have you? Puppy! Is it Grey? Toby's his name. Oh my god, it's a puppy! I love him. Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable. Yes, the dog does seem lovely. This game has everything. It has a cat, it has a dog, it has a turtle, it has a mouse. What else could it need? It is a not so lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. Well, I guess we can converse with her first. Gina? We were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. A horse? That is true, it doesn't have a horse. Yet. I would not be surprised if we're getting a horse in the last two cases. Yeah, alright, if it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? Puppy! I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here. Ah, yes, Toby. I love him. The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind. Sorry, you can't go out there, sis. Oh. It's like I told you yesterday, even I ain't allowed near the wreck. What's it called again? The reason we aren't supposed to touch it? The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one! That's why only them Lord are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The forensic something? The forensic investigation team. Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one, yeah! But isn't it the case that this special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, but to be truthful with ya. Yeah, still supposed to get permission from some big way or other as far as I know. What was his name again? Oh, Lord Strange something. I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps. That's the one, yeah. Apparently he's always watching the times or something. So without Lord Strongheart's express permission, we can't investigate on the stage. God fucking damn it. It was great, wasn't it? I had a right laugh. It was a new one on me, that. Yeah, no, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying I'm about to be found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, I know this made things hard for me every single time and all. Just doing my job, Gina. Well, watching someone else get it in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client. Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though. It's the boss I feel sorry for, sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest all the cove, ain't he? And time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer, what's his name again? Mr. Driver, you mean? Enoch Driver? That's the one, yeah. So the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. I guess they would be. He's putting too much on the boss, if you ask me. He says he's giving him goddache. Oh dear, but I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food. He does eat a lot of fish and chips. So Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Driver. I wonder if they had any luck. He's really funny looking, got two eyes but unmatched, stole a glimpse of a picture of him lately. I mean, I ain't actually pinching or nothing. The old devil's got it. Sorry, who? Yeah, no, that Sculling Reaper who's always goggling down glasses over the Lord Plunk. Ah, Lord Van Six. He's always hard it in for me, that cub. Don't know why he's always sculling about mine. Probably we're having a pretty good rush as it goes. She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee. The way I see it, if the choice is between a cheap guzzling detective and a chalice-chugging demigod, you're equally badly off with both. I think I have to agree with that one. I suppose you're right, I hadn't thought of it like that. Of course you haven't. Glad we put that one to bed. Anyway, the point is, everyone at the yacht's dead set on finding the fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues to go on, so let's talk. There's nothing that can lead us to the river at all. Where did you find that little mud then, Gina? Oh, I'm just a flaming red, light of a reaction, don't you think? He ain't no murder, right? Toby's, how did you put it? Oh yeah, a bona fide detective. Sorry? I hear he proper title and everything. He's Chief Inspector Toby tier. More senior than Inspector Gregson, you see. I mean, the dog deserves it. Oh, so he's a police dog, is he? The police recruit dogs now? I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell after all. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself, as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. That's nothing compared to this little fella. Also, when have you been, like, smelling the undergarments of other people? Like, I want to point that out, Naruhodo. When have you been doing that? Oh, really? According to what the boss said, once Toby here got a good whiff of your drawers, he could chase the scent to the other side of the world. What? To the other side of the world? You mean to the ocean? He can't swim? Mr. Naruhodo, I think you may have missed a point by a rather wide margin. I just can't believe that little dog has such an incredible skill. I mean, dogs generally can't swim. I'm telling you, though, there's gonna be more and more dogs doing the bid for the police in future. Yes, I agree. Right, one of these days I'll be barking only at us lot, not the other way around. Oh dear. Sorry, Gina, I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well, anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby here is Britain's first police dog. I found him down the east end the other day. Someone had just shut him out onto the street. There you go. I knew she'd lifted him from somewhere. Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals. Well, actually, if the dog can't smell anything, yeah, the crossbow might be the only thing that we have. Gina, would you take a look at... Oh, where did it go? Looking for the soda. When did she do that? I wonder if you got anything else to show me, eh? What do you reckon? Give that back first, please. Okay, so that doesn't work, and I don't think that the... Well, maybe. Okay, no, the piece of clothing doesn't work either. Good to know. So I guess I have to find something with rubber smell to actually make that work. And I guess if we're gonna go see Sholmes, it's gonna be at Madame Tussauds. Tuspels, I mean. 23rd of October, Madame Tuspels. My, no wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home, via the confectionery. Being scared makes you crave sweets. I can understand that. I mean, doesn't that work for everyone? That's why you go watch horror movies with sweet popcorn instead of salty popcorn. Just saying. I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but... there's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere. That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork, alternatively acting like a waxwork. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Is he really not around here? Yeah, okay, he's not. I was expecting him to just stand there. Well, I guess we're gonna have to go ask Mr. Lord Chief Justice for permission first. New character. I see. 23rd of October. British Supreme Court Lord Chief Justice's office. Oh, who's that standing beside Long Strongheart? I wonder, I've never seen her before. They notice us! Ah, the young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result. Oh, you mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment? Sham science being demonstrated at London's great exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrabbling to respond. Lord Van Six is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap of metal in no time. It's scrap metal now, is it? Until later then, long strong hat. Yes, thank you. Hot. That lady was hot. Who was that hot lady? That was Dr. Kearney Scythe. Really? Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. Oh right, she was in the here in the observes here, but she was there. So that's Miss Corney. I see. Delightful looking madame. She is leading the forensic investigation team handling of this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact. Oh, I see. About Mr. Asman. Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner office to reevaluate its findings. Yeah, she does. Nice lady. She does have a very nice lady. Although I don't know what it's like. This lady, and then I know that the other guy has white hair. I don't know what's up with white hair freaks today. No offense to her, it's just, you know, freaks. A lot of them. And now white haired. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory. Yay! I'm gonna talk to the nice lady! Oh, right. Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. So he's not running quite as spectacularly late anymore. Well, might as well talk to him. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before? The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer, so that it can be ignored later in 100 years. 120. And make it a sham! I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago now. Unofficially, of course, to pave the way. Goodness, a year ago. At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly. I will make the trains run on time! Sir, what's with your obsession with time? It's fascism! What do you mean? For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London's scum is about to be rounded up and burned in the fires of hell. I intend to see it personally. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known to protect our honor and our future. You know, the funny thing is that after the 40s, that was also kind of how Britain was. It's like, yeah, you're... Like, this guy would have been very popular post-World War II. Just saying. Like, he would have gone so well in London post-World War II. Or today. Like, he would... People would like him. Look at the size. He means every word. Dr. Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially established the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikotova. Oh, yes, my lord? Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan. Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginnings of next month. Are you acquainted, are you acquainted, Longstrongheart? Professor Mikotova, I mean. You seem to be acquainted with everyone. I mean, Mikotova, I'm not surprised. He has explored so many men's bodies. It was many years ago now, but yes, I remember Dr. Mikotova very well. So Sato must be like, oh god, another guy that my dad fucked. Great. She's so used to this shit already. If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student. It was the year I was born, so yeah, 16 years ago in fact. Mikotova was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Goku accompanied him as a young promising judge. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. I didn't think that you were, but thanks. Dr. Mikotova studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Sinners, if I'm not mistaken. Of course it's fucking called that, St. Sinners. Dr. Said was also there then, as it happens. Then Dr. Said knows my father, does she? He was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. But I've no doubt that they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotova was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total. 6 years. That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? I lived with my grandmother in those years. So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years. And your mom wasn't in the picture, so I'm guessing she died at childbirth. Like it's one of those childbirth deaths. And he just left after you were born. Okay, Julian Mikotova is getting so kicked in the ass. Like, I had reasons before, but now I have more. It was a rather turbulent time at home. Oh. Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away. What do you mean? Why? Well, clearly something was going on at the time. Yeah, her mom probably died. In childbirth. God, Eugene! That's great, like, that's excellent, Eugene. You left your newly born daughter after your wife died from, you know, giving birth to her, to go to London to just have sex with like half of the male population of London. I see how it is. What an ass! I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Six, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor who targeted nobles and royalty, is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? When his brother Clint Van Six was murdered, it was just after young Baroque had graduated from the University of London and become a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing. Rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Baroque Van Six went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind. Oh my word. So Lord Van Six isn't the Reaper, it's the ghost of his brother. Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. Well... Wait, but what would they assume? Like... Well, like... Aside the fact that, you know, they would assume Van Six did it. Because he's the one... You know... Why would they assume the ghost of his brother would kill people just because he got murdered? Like, I know it's a classic of, like, person who gets murdered becomes, like, a vengeful spirit, but that feels a little weird because you would think that it would be put at peace the second that they found the guy who was the Reaper, and supposedly they did. And he was executed. So, like, what would you assume? That's kinda silly. Oh, yes, Long Strongheart. Go ahead. It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible. You know, for our job. Are you well versed in science, then? Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. Well, the special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, the site's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing. Thank you! That's so sweet of you! Being able to look at it is better than nothing! I'll be able to see it too. Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls. And we did take like 7 minutes here. So, not wrong. He did give us 7 minutes. 7 minutes. 7 minutes is all that I can spare for you. That only makes sense if you played Resident Evil 5. I was about to say 6. No, it's 5. We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you are so busy, my lord. I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand? And he left. Okay. Nice lady! I wanna meet the nice lady. Okay, the nice lady is indeed a freak. Look at this place. She also has one of those lamps, the Tiffany lamps. Oh, I love that shit. Pain in the ass to clean, as a person who had to clean one once. Absolute pain in the ass to clean. Delightful to look at. I'll be honest. 23rd of October, Forensics Laboratory. I believe this is it. Dr. Seit's laboratory. That chemical smell really assaults the nose. And there's plenty to assault the eyes in here, too. It looks as though the doctor isn't here. Aww. We're here now, so we might as well do some sightseeing, don't you think? What a seasoned tourist you become, Mrs. Sato. You could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. Well, I never said not to checking about. A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air? You'd either have to have a cast iron constitution, or a really terrible sense of smell. Or both. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside of them. Yeah, one I see is visibly a spine. I think one is a piece of intestine. Another I think is another different piece of intestine. Like one is the small intestine and one is the large intestine, from what I can see. The rest I'm not sure. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something, or like the piccolo meboshi plums or the piccolo meboshi plums we make back home. Father had just like this in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in a preserving solution, probably as examples of some rare medical condition. Misusato, there are some things in the world that is perfectly fine never to know about. Ever. Oh. So as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or umeboshi, aren't they? Of course. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I think I said it before, but like, fucking Ryonosuke is so funny. Like, this is a man who's so iffy about corpses and shit, and he's like, you're working on murder cases. Basically, like, we had like one case that wasn't a murder case. One case where the person didn't die. And then we found out that someone actually died. Completely unrelated to the beginning of the case. Well, technically, I guess we had 2 cases where no one died. Technically, if we're gonna be extremely technical. 1 per game. I like the guy is so sensitive. It's like, dude, you're working on murder cases all the time. What the fuck is wrong with you? Well, look at this. What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they? Do you have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruhodo? Misusato? Can you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? It's how I cope! I'll be sure to remember that from now on. It's how I cope, that's so good. Why is he so silly? Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic. That's worrying, because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there. Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. Why? The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. That's not very hygienic, I'm not gonna lie. Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. Okay, and I think this is where we're getting at. Look at this big, thick book here, that's what she said. It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh. What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. 500? I mean, that... I'm not even, like... Okay, here's the deal. I don't know if by the 1900s, these days, scalpels are a single use. They're like needles. Like, you're supposed to use it once because it loses the sharpness. I know that there's some that you can, resharpen, but there's a bunch of just, one-use scalpels. I'm not sure if that was common back then. I assume not. I assume it's less common. But 500? That's... like, that's a ridiculous amount of scalpels. They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses. I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened too. Yeah, there it is. They're not the single-use ones. It does seem a bit strange. You're right. 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using all them for? Feels a little weird. What are you doing? Sorry, we had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so so you thought you'd snoop around. That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Oh, goddammit, another racist. Well, what do you want? Oh, Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body, Mr. Asman's body, I mean. So we came to ask you about your findings, on Long Strongheart's advice. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. Nice lady! Who's scaring me? So you want to know what the forensics investigation team determined from its examination of the scene. The victim, Mr. Odi Aslan, who disappeared from the experimentation station amid an explosion. Then Mr. Asman, who appeared moments later partway up to the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion. She's lying to me. I know that she's lying to me. But that can't be right. If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see, if two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Very true, but sadly in this instance that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. Yeah, no, I think she's lying to me. I don't know how she's lying to me. Like, I don't know what she's... Like, what's the subtext here for her lying to me, but I know that she's lying to me. I can feel it in my bones. The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident. Fingerprints. They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system. But one day, they will be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course. Oh my, but that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So, where does that leave us? My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to the other. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It made the whole thing even more of a mystery. She's lying to me. I know that she's lying to me. Hi! Okay. Mama, what is this? Ah! Where did she spring from? And did you just call the doctor Mama? This is a lawyer, dear. Oh. Hello? To meet you? Pleased to meet you? Yes, I'm a defense lawyer and I'm gonna... Mama? Yes? Can I cut this one up? What? I never seen inside an instant person before. I want to know what it looks like. It looks exactly the same as anyone else, honey. Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Boring. I think I just had a near-death experience. Naruhodo, you're a Japanese man in London. We're always having a near-death experience because everyone is a fucking racist. Oh dear, Mr. Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse. Let's leave before I'm mistaken for one! Well, that sucked. Okay. I guess I'll go to the prison just to check. Oh. You know, when I said I was going to the prison, I assumed that I assumed that maybe he wasn't gonna be there because he was they were getting testimony from him or something, like he was getting questioned. Okay. So 23rd of October, local prison, cell 11. What he doing? is... Oh my, the whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations. And he's still writing more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt. Mr. Naruhodo. And who is this young lady? My name is Satomi Kotoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Oh, if only I'd met a refined young woman like you sooner. None of this would have happened. I'm afraid that I have a girlfriend. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all. Oh dear. Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you. Also, I literally have a girlfriend at home. Stop looking at me. I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning. Although, admittedly, part of it was your fault. No. The whole thing, the whole miserable affair. It all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot. Professor Hairbrain? What have you been working on in your cell? Oh, haha, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had to hand. Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe? No, actually, this is my autobiography. Your autobiography? Oh, I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Hairbrain. Oh, I was diddled and fiddled? Okay, that's what she said. That's what she said. Like, I cannot make the joke when you're using words like diddle and fiddled. I found I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers in an ambitious set of simultaneous equations. Really? I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see. It's going to be a new serial publication from next month. Part 1, an odd bet, an odd upbringing. You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case? Ah, yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled, I was fiddled by the pair of them. That's what she said. By Assman and by that I love engineer Trevor. Yeah, you had a threesome, we had it. I'm not going to have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we? Everything I believe in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Assman, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even. I'm sorry it's come to this. There was really no other way. Nah, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. That's kind of sad. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public. No, of course you didn't. But in court this morning I realized something. Oh? If you done something wrong without knowing, you still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you were aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me. Oh, Professor. He believed in me this morning, you know. Baroque did. He believed in my hypothesis. Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case. No, Baroque wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it. Did he? I think I understand now why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean. After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even. I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there. Well, maybe like that. So if any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Barak, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense. And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor. Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Barak insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish. You think that's why he... I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul. But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he? Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it. And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea? Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start? I'm sorry to say, that does seem likely, yes. When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused, he was so empathic. But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems. I still can't believe it. As the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic. It probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. But the scale of it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception. Our young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal, full of zest for life. But none of us have any money. We want to do research, we can't afford it. Capitalism sucks ass. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. We go through all of that, only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe. It is, I agree. That's why capitalism is bad. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Asman is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer. Mr. Enoch Drever. Is he an engineer, or a magician, or a swindler? Like, which one? It was about a year ago when Mr. Asman first brought Drever to meet me at my laboratory. Since then, I have met him many times to discuss details about the Kinesis machine. But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist. Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist. What do you mean? He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation. I see. But that wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts? Can you give me something that I can give to Toby so he can, like, smell it, maybe? I'm sorry, we only ever discussed the Kinesis machine, nothing else. Although, just once. I did visit his workshop. What workshop? Trevor's enormous fabrication laboratory where he constructed my great machine. Can you just give us the fucking address? Why? Why didn't you mention it before? Enoch Drever's workshop? There's every chance we might find the man there. This motherfucker! So you've been to Drever's place of work then? Yes, just once, you understand? It was an enormous place. Plenty of room to construct the Kinesis machine, you see? Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. Like, now. There's a good chance that we'll find Drever there. Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure. I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry. I was more than half expecting that. You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there. He blindfolded you. He wasn't taking any chances then. The place was incredible, the pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best. A special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. The indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formula and use that instead. What do you think, Mrs. Sato? You the machinery for your next birthday? I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo, and I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. Also, really? You're gonna give her an O? Like, just give her a perfume. Give it the 100% concentration. Don't give him like an O. Is like what? 25%? Eau de Toilette is like the lowest concentration, if memory serves me right. But I think it's like a 10% concentration. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor. You don't have a business card from Mr. Driver, for example. The man was clearly very cautious, Mrs. Sato. I'm sure he does. Aha! Yes, I do. Give me his business card once. It's right here. Look. What? Let me see that. Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you? Enoch Driver, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address. No. Oh well, I can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. Yeah, because we have Toby! We're gonna go see your pet. Or best friend. Toby boy. Anyway, bye asshole. You're so lucky I'm your lawyer and not against you. Gina, we need Toby. He's gonna save our asses. You know, will you take a look at... Oh, goddammit, really? Really? That doesn't count? I can't believe that giving her that doesn't count for Toby to smell it. That's so unfair. Like, what kind of thing do we need? Like, you tell me he's good at searching for people, and like that doesn't work. The crossbow doesn't work. Okay, sure, whatever. Gina, we were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. If that's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here. Ah, yes, Toby. I love you, Toby. The machine that exploded must be at the top of the stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind... Sorry, I can't get up there, sis. Oh. It's like I told her yesterday, even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What is it called again? The reason we aren't supposed to touch it? The special dispensation for scientific equipment. Is that what you were thinking of? Ah, the one. That's the only one of them not allowed to investigate it. Okay, this is the same as before. Yeah, that's the same as before. Actually, we've just recently been to see Lawrence Strongheart. Hey, what? You met him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him. He waited for 3 hours at the Cubs office and came back sniveling. Tragic. Well, Lawrence Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing. Ah, yeah. Honestly. Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. So you're still saying all this is about Boaya? I'm sure everything will be fine. That really would be tragic, especially because I know he's not gonna live long. Like, that man is so dead. Gregson is so fucking deceased. I don't know if it's next case or the last one, but he's so deceased. Alright then, sisters. Off you go. Thank you, Gina. Well, we can leave now. Let's go up and see what we can find out. All of that for this fucking place. 23rd of October, the Great Exhibition Grounds Experimentation Stage. Oh my, so this is the machine. Machine. That was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place. Yes, that's right, or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment. What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrain went in order to obtain the research grant. Well, he did believe in the thing that he was doing. No, the professor was strict as well. He didn't know anything about it. Or so he says. Yes, of course. It was amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British. You're right about that. You've never seen such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. Oh, look, is that Lord Van Six? Well. So, I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Miss Susato? Already? He is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think. But we have permission to be here from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machinery, as long as we don't touch anything. From the top, do you mean Long Strongheart? Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like. She could have been at the center of the explosion here and it wouldn't have bent her steel wheel. I guess we're gonna have to talk to Mr. Mike 6. Least approachable man in the world winner 10 years in a row. Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Your country and your assistant stand firm behind you. Yeah, behind me, not in front of me. Lord Van Six. Well, he looks constipated. But, well, beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently, you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. Oh, I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Ah, well, the thing is, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything. And yet you've managed to disturb me! Ah. Never mind. State your business then. Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Six about. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it has nothing to do with this. Ask away, Mr. Naruhodo. You won't know unless you try. Yeah, let's bring the trauma back to this man. So, Clint. Oh, immediate reaction, I see. What's the name of your older brother, I understand? Lord Van Six. You Nipponese. I'll always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So you've been investigating me, have you? Oh no, it's not like that. Well, alright, it is a bit like that. My older brother was also a prosecutor. What am I not surprised? He was the pride of the Van Six family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. The professor, you mean? Is something funny? That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry? There's more to it then. Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? You're too kind. Are you going to tour all Nipponese with the same brush today next? Asshole. So tell me, what's your interest in that historical incident? As it happens, Lord Van Six, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of the Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork by any chance? I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I featured in one of the displays there for public scorn. Of course, the infamous Reaper of the Valley would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he? Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom. A particular waxwork, which... Wait! You mean... Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak. I wasn't aware of that. He's turned as white as a sheet. Which... Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Driver, already? Surely that goes without saying. We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle. So I was just wondering, I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but... we'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us. Wow, Susato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. Fine, why not? I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago. Well, he looks like a Gant motherfucker. Though it appears he already had that black monocle at the time. What? Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow. Which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph? Because you're kind of a dick. What is it about Lord Van Six? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. Wait. A photo from 10 years ago. Oh, hi, guy who's obviously Kazuma. It's been a while. I haven't seen you since yesterday. Stop. Ah, the file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you. Ah, I think Susato has realized that that's Kazuma as well. Are you alright? I love that Ryunosuke's the only idiot who's not in the known. It's like, everybody else notices things. And Ryunosuke's just like, huh, what a weird guy. They don't let him talk, and they make him wear a mask, and they hide him like that, and he's the right height, and has the exact same jawline as my dead boyfriend, who I thought was dead. Yeah, that probably doesn't mean anything. It's fine. Like, okay, cool, sure. Fucking idiot. Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Van Sick's apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Sato-san can see too. Okay, yeah, he kinda sees it, but also. Lord Van Six? May we speak with your apprentice for a moment? With him? Why? Kasuma-sama! Well, at least we didn't take long to actually do the reveal. I appreciate that they're not, you know, dragging it. Like, it's kind of obvious. Thank you for not dragging the reveal. That's... No. I don't believe it! I do. Kinda obvious. Your posture. Your presence. It can only be... It's you, isn't it, Kasuma-sama? Wouldn't you realize by, you know, his voice? And probably his accent, because he's a Japanese man speaking in English, he would probably have an accent. I'm just pointing it out, it's the reason why they don't make him talk. I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kasuma? God fucking damn it! Wait! Too late. What's going on here? Yeah, it's a long story, Van Six. What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something. Well, that's my boyfriend, who supposedly was dead. Since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago. Longstrong introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he? The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself. He has amnesia? Tomorrow he will appear in court as my side. What? He's to serve as my judicial assistant on Longstrong's orders. He'll be in court with us. Well, that's gonna be awkward. Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Oh, yes, thank you. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Susato-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Kasuma-sama. I'm just gonna check if there's anything new in the... Oh, everything, apparently. This wasn't here yesterday. Really, if I'm not mistaken, is a cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air. That's right, the bear cage, according to what Professor Hairbrain said in court, is made of wood. Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been in an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderful, durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo? I'd understand that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they would have brought it back here when they finished their work. But sadly not with the body inside it. No, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still. This is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. Yay! Gonna have to check that later. What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast. And what they call the bear cage was right in the middle of it all, just here. But look, Mr. Naruhodo, the metal grill on the floor. It looks as though it's designed to open. Yeah. It does, doesn't it? If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the barricade could have dropped through and disappeared from sight. I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, yesterday in fact. At Lord Van Six's office, where I went to disturb his ass. You know, with Iris, for the funnies. I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still a liar, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us. Yeah? Like, I was pretty sure that he's been lying to us about something or another for a while, so I'm not surprised that he lied to us about my dead boyfriend, who is not dead actually, just has amnesia. I know. We're going to need to speak to him about that. You're going to have to leave now. The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? Foreign affairs problems. Well, we could do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Mrs. Sato. Of course. Well, we're at time, so might as well save and we'll continue on Monday. Oh well. I guess we've learned a lesson. Do not trust Sherlock Sholmes. That's it, really. Fuck that guy. Fuck Sherlock Holmes. All of my homies hate Sherlock Sholmes. But that's gonna be everything for today. Thank you everybody for being here. On Monday we continue. We probably will finish this case, and I don't know how long it is, so we might finish this case and start the next one. But we're getting close. It's six cases, so we're getting there. Sherlock Sholmes is gonna have a lot to respond for. That man. And tomorrow, something else. I don't know. I'll think about it. There's a lot to play. I got new games. It's a Steam sale. There's games in the Steam sale. There's so much stuff. So we'll see. I'll think about what we'll play tomorrow. But until then, that's really about it. Anyway, again, thank you for being here. Have a good rest of your day. A good start to your weekend, and I'll see you tomorrow for something completely different, and on Monday for more of the greatest Tiny Chronicles. Bye everyone!